morning, and please can I welcome everybody to the meeting at this licensing subcommittee taking place from the Wharton Suite, Winchester Guildhall. The time is 10 AM. My name is Councillor Brian Laming, one of the committee members of this particular licensing subcommittee. The meeting, with the exception of determining the decision, is being given. It's being live streamed and recorded to the council's YouTube channel. Subtitles are available, and advice on how to turn this on is set out on our website. Please can everybody ensure their mobile phones are on silent or turned off entirely. At approximately 10:15 this morning, there'll be a fire alarm test. There will be a brief pause in the proceedings during this time. Please remain seated. In the unlikely event that it's necessary to evacuate the building for an emergency situation, the fire alarm will sound. Please follow all the instructions given to you by our team. Now, moving on to the agenda, to confirm a chairperson for the meeting. Yeah. Thank you. Disclosure of interest. Do members or officers have any interest they wish to declare? No. The application for a review of premises licence Rising Sun, 27 Spring Lane, Colden Common, Winchester, SO 21 1SD, report number LR600. The hearing regulations require a form of discussion led by the subcommittee, and that cross-examination will not normally be allowed. We'll be following the adopted procedure for these hearings, which is set out on the reverse of the agenda paper. Each party will be allowed equal maximum time to exercise their rights at the hearing. I will exercise my discretion to allow additional time if necessary, taking into account the requirement to allow all parties equal maximum time. Only those points contained in the written representations, the report and supplementary documents can be raised. No new evidence can be considered except with the agreement of all parties. To ensure the application for the review is seated at the table. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong bit there. The licensed premises holder is in attendance, and any other person normally in the public gallery will come up and speak at the time. Let me introduce myself. Councillor Brian Laming, and the subcommittee consists of
Russell Gordon
and Councillor Langford Smith.
Thank you. The subcommittee has read all the written comments on the application for review, which are included in the report. I understand the following persons wish to address the subcommittee. Susan Cook is representing two other people as well as herself. Yeah. Thank you. We can only consider issues relating to the four licensing objectives: prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and protection of children. We have the licensing manager to introduce the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. This report relates to an application to review the premises licence under Section 51 of the Licensing Act 2003 for the Rising Sun, 27 Spring Lane, Colden Common, SO 211SD. The application was submitted on the 28th of May 2025 by Abby Toms, Environmental Protection Manager, on behalf of Winchester City Council's Environmental Protection Team, who are a responsible authority as defined under Section 13 of the Licensing Act 2003. A copy of the application was served to the other responsible authorities and to the premises licence holder on the 29th of May 2025. The application relates to the prevention of public nuisance licensing objective following reports of noise disturbance from the premises and subsequent noise monitoring, which was considered a statutory nuisance under the Environmental Protection Act 1990 and a public nuisance. The applicant has requested that the current public nuisance conditions on the premises licence are removed and replaced with alternative conditions to ensure that the licensing objectives are upheld. The suggested conditions are listed in paragraph 5.3 on page 11 of the report. In relation to suggested condition number 7, it's requested that the condition includes environmental protection to improve the noise management plan, as they are the experts in this area, and provide a clear deadline. Therefore, an alternative suggested condition could be the premises licence shall operate in accordance with a noise management plan, brackets NMP, to be agreed and approved in writing by the licensing authority and the environmental protection team within 2 months of the July 2025 review hearing decision. Or you could put a date, for example, just to make sure that that condition is more enforceable and clear. Lucky Hoof 2023 Limited have held the premises licence since 29th of August 2024. Since the Licensing Act 2003 took effect in November 2005, the licence holder has changed multiple times between individuals and Enterprise Inns PLC, now known as EI Group Limited. There have been no previous reviews of this premises licence. No representations have been received from any other responsible authority. 4 valid representations were received from other persons. 3 are in support of the review application and relate to the prevention of public nuisance licensing objective, and 1 is in support of the freeholder of the premises. A copy of the representations can be found at Appendix 2 of the report. Francesca and Paul have both sent their apologies as they have work commitments and are unable to attend the hearing today. They will be represented by Councillor Cook in their absence. I draw your attention to the following sections of the guidance issued under Section 182 of the Licensing Act 2003, which states 16.36. Any existing licence conditions or conditions added on a determination of an application for a premises licence or club premises certificate which relate to live music or recorded music remain in place but are suspended between the hours of 0800 and 2300 on the same day where the following conditions are met. At the time of the music entertainment, the premises are open for the purposes of being used for the sale or supply of alcohol for consumption on the premises. If the music is amplified, it takes place before an audience of no more than 500 people, and the music takes place between 0800 and 2300 on the same day. 16.43. Where a beer garden does not form part of the relevant licensed premises, and so is not included in plans attached to a premises licence or a club premises certificate, it is nevertheless very likely that it will be a workplace. Paragraph 12b of Schedule 1 of the 2003 Act says that a live performance of live music in a workplace that does not have a licence, except to provide late night refreshment, is not regulated entertainment if it takes place between 0800 and 2300 on the same day in front of an audience of no more than 500 people. Note exemption in paragraph 12b does not apply to the playing of recorded music. The next paragraph is 16.44, which says, however, a licensing authority may, where justified, including on a licence review, impose a licence condition that relates to the performance of live music in an unlicensed beer garden being served by any associated premises licence or club premises certificate. Provided such a condition is lawfully imposed, it takes effect in accordance with its terms. And also 16.55 under licence reviews for live and recorded music. On a review of a premises licence or club premises certificate, Section 177A brackets 3 of the 2003 Act permits the licensing authority to lift the suspension and give renewed effect to an existing condition relating to music. Similarly, under Section 177A brackets 4, a licensing authority may add a condition relating to music as if music were regulated entertainment, and as if that premises licence or club premises certificate licensed the music. In both instances, the condition should include a statement that Section 177A does not apply to the condition. When making its decision, the subcommittee must take the following steps it considers appropriate to promote the licensing objectives. 1. Modify the conditions attached to the premises licence, either permanently or temporarily. Clock watching, but they're early. I'll start again. 1. Modify the conditions attached to the premises licence, either permanently or temporarily, for a period not exceeding 3 months. 2. Exclude a licensing activity from the premises licence, either permanently or temporarily, for a period not exceeding 3 months. 3. Remove the designated premises supervisor from the premises licence. 4. Suspend the premises licence for a period not exceeding 3 months. 5. Revoke the premises licence. Members are reminded that should they consider amending conditions attached to a premises licence to promote the licensing objectives, that this is discussed during the hearing so that the premises licence holder has an opportunity to respond and explain how this may affect their business operation. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just to clarify, I appreciate that I'd pulled out a few of the paragraphs from the guidance. Was there any numbers that you wanted me to repeat, or did you manage to make a note of those? Or we can come back to them. If there's some particular sections, just let me know and I can refer to those. Thank you.
Could I just interject at this point and say that there have been discussions this morning between myself and the licence holders representative, and there is possibly there is some merit in adjourning the hearing in order that further discussions might take place. I'm just making that point for the public record.
Could I please explain, if that's all right? I'm Duncan Craig. I'm here to represent the licence holder. First of all, I got this instruction fairly late and I wanted to visit the premises, which I could only do on Sunday night. And then I've been in discussions with Environmental Health yesterday, but Abby had some visits to do, so we weren't able to perhaps fully engage yesterday. My client as well was away on holiday till last night. Actually, first time I've met him ever in person, even though we've spoken on the phone previously about a year ago, was when he walked in this room. There are one or two matters in the conditions where it's quite possible we might be able to narrow the issues down, and I think it's worth exploring that because that may assist you making the matters you've got to determine a little bit more narrow. So apologies that it's taking place at this time, but I think it was unavoidable in the circumstances, and if we could just please have a little while just to engage in those discussions, it may be helpful.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll adjourn.
How long do you think? Please.
Yeah, agreed. 20.
Horse proceedings.
Well, thank you everybody for waiting while we had the adjournment. So if we would like to carry on now on the agenda, so could the applicant please?
Thank you, Chair. I've made obviously the application. I don't propose to go through the application word by word or paragraph by paragraph because you've had the opportunity to read it. But I would like to draw some salient points if that's okay, and then we can go on to our discussions with the applicant. Sorry, with the premises licence holder. We haven't taken many review cases in environmental health over the years. Probably this is the third one. But I think what happened is we ended up serving an abatement notice on the outdoor area because of noise from loud voices and from live bands as well. And then we still continued to experience issues with the indoors, so the noise coming from inside the premises as well. I had the option of serving another abatement notice on the indoors as well, but it became a bit piecemeal, which is one of the reasons that opted to do the licence review. The residents affected include the immediate neighbour, who is probably the most significantly disturbed just because of location. But there are others as well. And one of the other ones has made representation. There are two more that haven't made representation, one of which wish to remain anonymous because they were fearful, for no justified reason, I'd say, but fearful of having their name disclosed. And were saying that they will be, and their baby were being kept awake by noise from inside the premises. And the fourth one came out to complain about the noise from an amplified singer who was playing between the review application being made and this hearing. And you'll note that Phil was at that particular event and made some notes about his observations, which is included as an addendum. That being the case, so for us, the main issues remain around noise from inside the premises, from music late at night, where, you know, we've obviously witnessed being able to hear the lyrics from a lot of songs in the neighbour's bedroom. Also to do with the outdoor area, which is live bands in particular. And then for us as well, the noise emanating from people who are sat beneath this wooden structure, which you'll see from the pictures. There's sort of pictures from page 25 to 27. And what you'll find is that the people who are sat there are, the structure itself is exceptionally close to the neighbour's property. I think for me, that is one of the key issues in this particular licence review, and one that we have not been able to agree about. But for me, being so close to residential property, it would render the neighbour's garden unusable if it was regularly being used and not managed well. And also, they can hear it inside their property as well. And we've got recordings of people noise from that area. Quite difficult to attenuate that type of structure as well. So from our perspective, you know, we don't have evidence of it being attenuated like a brick structure would be. So I really do think it's a very difficult type of noise to control. Had that been located somewhere else, for example, in the grassed area, which I've sort of labelled on my map, and I'm just trying to find it, find the right page. Had it been put in the grassed area, it would be less of an issue, in my opinion. So we have had some discussions with the applicant, and we have some things that we agree on, which I'm right. You know, I know the applicant, the licence holder, will correct me if I've made a mistake here in a minute, I'm sure. But the things that we agree on, that CCTV, internal and external CCTV, shall be installed with footage retained for a minimum of 28 days and made available to responsible authorities on request. To remove all the public nuisance conditions attached to the existing premises licence 241. We are happy to agree a condition for the garden area to be closed after 22:30, but we would make the point that we consider the garden area to be the grassed area. I'm going to find the map now because it's illustrated. Oh, sorry, yeah. That's area A, which we've put on the map. All windows and doors should be kept closed other than for access and egress when regulated entertainment is being played. We would require a noise management plan, and Carol outlined that within 2 months to agreed and approved in writing by the licensing authority and Environmental Protection. Premises licence holder shall ensure the premises operates in accordance with the approved noise management plan. I have previously given quite a bit of guidance as to what we'd expect to see in that. I think we have come to an agreement about the provision of live and recorded music outdoors. In discussion, we've agreed that we would agree to 3 event days per annum, but not consecutive days, finishing at 8 o'clock and not more than 4 hours. And they should be located in the middle of the grassed area A, with an amplified microphone, but not amplified instruments. And the exact location should be, we should probably measure the exact location of that area A. The noise management plan would be expected to talk about volume control and management of those events. And also I would expect some neighbourhood negotiation, resident communication around when those are. Matters that we disagree on, we disagree with regards, I believe, with regards to this outdoor area, which area B on the map, where the structure is located. And, you know, for reasons I've just outlined, those are the reasons why I would disagree that that area should continue to be used by people outdoors drinking late at night. And I think it does, you know, it's had a significant public nuisance impact on the neighbours, and will continue to do so unless that's stopped. The structure itself is obviously subject to a planning enforcement notice. That's currently under appeal, so not a matter for this committee. And then the other thing we disagree with is we've recommended a suitable noise limiting device to be installed and set at a level to be agreed with the licensing authority and environmental protection within 2 months, and thereafter it should be maintained to control all sources of amplified music. We accept that the applicant is not keen on this idea, but and noise limiters aren't perfect. But since we've given quite considerable advice on noise management without a noise limiter, we believe that a physical control is appropriate. That's it, really.
Yep.
Want to add anything?
Can I just clarify one point on that? Just don't want my client being hostage to fortune. For the event, the 3 live events to finish no later than 8 p.m. I don't want them to have to finish at 8 p.m. So they finish no later than 8 p.m. is agreed with environmental health. Thank you.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Not at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Just one quick question. We were talking about the Music Act earlier on in the papers. Is that still being asked for?
I'm happy to answer that if that assists. Conditions in relation to live and recorded music are not enforceable on a premises license unless you effectively disapply the Live Music Act. So yeah, you would have to do that if you were seeking to impose those conditions in a way that was enforceable. That's
really what I was getting at.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably termed it wrong.
Sorry, Chair, for my own clarification and maybe for the rest of the committee, the conditions that are on page 11 of the report, 5.3, that Abby had put forward, are the conditions that Abby referred to, is that to remove the suggested conditions as part of the report and implement these?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify with Abby if that's the case, so that the conditions that are on here, not those, but the ones you've agreed or discussed in the adjournment, or is it in addition to? Just for absolute clarity.
I'll deal with that, and then Abby can come back. Those conditions, so please turn to page 11. And if I'm wrong on any of these, I'm sure my colleagues on the other side of the room will be straight on to me. What is agreed is that conditions 1, 2 and 3 be omitted from the licence as under 5.2. They are the current public nuisance or prevention of public nuisance conditions. And then it is agreed that between the parties, condition 1, 4, 6 and 7 are agreed in full. Condition 3 is agreed in respect of the it's not agreed about area B in relation to car only used for car parking. That's the dispute in respect of the shelter. So that part isn't agreed, and condition 5 is not agreed insofar as about the noise limiting device, and in addition to that, condition 2 is agreed at no recorded music shall be played outside, and live music shall be limited to no more, and then that's in terms of what Abby said about 3 event days a year, not on consecutive days, for no longer than 4 hours performance of that music. It's agreed by my client. It's not going to be it's acoustic insofar as if there's a microphone, someone's playing an instrument, then that microphone is amplifying what you're playing, but it's not going to be plugged in. It's not going to be a band, so it will be limited to that, and that it will finish no later than 8 p.m. So that is agreed as modified. But what we're not agreeing on is the area being only used for car parking and the noise limiting device, and I'll be making submissions on that. Is that fair and accurate where we're at?
Yeah, it was one little thing, which was in terms of the 3 event days, we said not consecutive and
Yeah.
also not more than 4 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chair, the other one is we were going to agree a distance where the recorded equipment would be. So we was going to suggest that could be by setting a distance from the perimeter of the property. So you don't put the recorded music right up against the fence of the pub. So you put the actual sound device effectively in the middle of that area to maximise the distance away from the residents. So part of that condition was to agree just a distance away from the edge of the property, from the edge of the red line.
I think the issue with that today, Phil, is that we don't have that distance, and we need to probably. So I think would it not be best to just deal with that by way of the noise management plan for the event? I'm just suggesting that we haven't got the distance today. The subcommittee have to impose a condition. They can't impose a condition on a distance they don't know what it is. I'm ventilating that.
I'm happy to agree that, because I think what you can do is in your noise management plan, you can specify the exact location, and that's what we will agree as a noise management plan. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
See the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just of course.
Agree with the.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're right.
Thank you, Chair. Could I please ask for clarification on exactly the location of the outdoor shelter? Is it on the supplementary agenda on page 3? So we have A, B and C areas marked. But I can't.
It's page 27, Councillor, at the bottom, but the actual, sorry, jumping in. I think the actual, I was going to ask about area C actually as well, because
Thank you.
Thank you. Got lost in my agenda here. Would we like to go to now to the public speaking? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of two of the residents who have made submissions, which is Francesca and Paul. So, excuse me 1 second if you wouldn't mind.
Your microphone.
I am submitting this representation as a local resident directly and persistently affected by the operation of the Rising Sun, 27 Spring Lane, Colton Common, which is currently subject to this licence review, and that is why we're here today. The property is located immediately next to the premises. Since the current licensee license has been in effect, I have experienced unrelenting noise, disruption and antisocial behaviour that significantly interferes with my right to enjoy my home in peace. The issues I raise here are ongoing, severe, and have caused a substantial deterioration in the quality of my life. I wish to address them specifically in relation to the prevention of public nuisance licensing objectives. So the nature of the nuisance and its impact. Amplified music and loud noise. Music, often live or amplified, emanates from both inside the pub, as we've heard, and the wooden illegal outdoor structure, which currently, as we all know, is with enforcement, which I understand has been erected without prior proper planning consent, and the outside tarmac area designated car park area, as well as a beer garden. Noise levels are particularly disturbing at weekends, often continuing into the early morning, i.e. 1 o'clock, in breach of the abatement notice issued by Winchester City Council. Number 2, noise intrusion into my property. Regular loud music, live and recorded, shouting, singing, and the use of megaphones and loudspeakers can clearly be heard within the home. We've heard that today, including in bedrooms during nighttime hours. These events are not occasional. They occur most days, making restful sleep and a peaceful environment impossible. Early morning commercial activity, deliveries, and there is video footage. I don't know whether you've been privy to that from the CCTV that Francesca has at her house at sort of 6:30, 20 to 7 in the morning, causing additional clattering, banging and loud voices. This causes repeated disruption to sleep at that time of the morning and increases overall stress levels. Antisocial behaviour and substance misuse. Large groups of patrons frequently gather on or directly adjacent to my boundary fence in an area that is technically dedicated car parking, but appears to have been repurposed by the pub without appropriate authority. These gatherings involve singing, shouting, banging on tables, drunk individuals regularly spilling out into the surrounding areas before and after closing time. And I happen to know that as a licensee, you should be keeping a watchful eye on your patrons and the amount of alcohol that they consume. Often extending into the early hours, as I say, the associated disturbance includes car doors, revving, engines and excessive use of horns. Dangerous and offensive behaviour. My property has been directly targeted on several occasions with thrown objects, including cigarette ends, glass bottles, stones, and even bricks. One incident led to a smashed window in the conservatory. These acts constitute not only nuisance, but also threats to personal safety and property, and the police were contacted. Overflowing parking and obstruction. Patrons parking regularly exceeds the premises capacity, leading to cars being parked on pavements across resident driveways. Use of outdoor areas and associated disturbances. Music and social gatherings frequently take place in indoor, or should I say outdoor areas of the premises. From my understanding, these spaces may be subject to restrictions under licensing conditions, which we've heard. The continued use of these areas for amplified sound seems to contribute significantly to the overall disturbances experienced at the property. So the consequences, the cumulative impact of these persistent disturbances have been exhausting and deeply demoralising. I've had to completely alter my daily routines in an attempt to sidestep the worst of the noise and disruption. This resident hasn't just moved in, she's lived there 25 years. Opening windows, even in hot weather, has become impossible. Even more distressingly, I can no longer make use of my garden or any outdoor areas. The constant intrusion of loud noise, smoke drifting from barbecues and cigarette use, and at times individuals encroaching onto my property has rendered these spaces, once a sanctuary, entirely unusable. Additionally, the extractor fan, which I know has been spoken about, in a bid to reclaim some sense of security, she has actually, at a considerable cost to her, she has raised her boundary fence and installed CCTV around her property. Despite these efforts, I regularly feel compelled to vacate my property entirely on weekends. Staying in hotels and has become a reluctant routine, not for leisure or for respite, but purely to rest. So the request, as I say, is given the severity, the persistence and breadth of these issues, I urge the licensing committee to take robust action during this review. The current operation of the premises is incompatible with its residential setting and significantly falls short of the standards expected. She expects, when I say she, that's Francesca, respectively requests that the licensing hours permitted, activities and use of the external places be thoroughly reassessed and that enforcement measures be strengthened to ensure ongoing compliance with any amended conditions. So that was Francesca. I now move on to Mr. Gunter. So thank you for giving me the time to speak and put my points across. I've lived in Lilac Cottage nearly 25 years. Again, a long-standing resident, and have only had to complain once. And we've already heard today that there's been a number of licensees there. So only once have they ever had to complain prior to the gentleman that is now the licensee taking over. That issue was dealt with by a face-to-face meeting. In fact, I was actually at that meeting and discussed with fellow WCC councillors and officers. And it was a music festival that basically was not managed correctly by the company, and they were employed to do so. The following year, with input from Paul Gunter, who is the resident, there was no issues and the event ran with no issues whatsoever. So let's now talk about the current various issues. Since the latest landlord has taken up the tenure of the premises, we, that is myself and several residents, as we've heard this morning, have had cause to complain to Winchester City Council regarding several events and now the increased noise from the garden. If I can explain that, and ex-enforcement officer from Portsmouth City Council, environmental health, and now working with many clients in the licensing and acoustic consultancy field privately all over the UK. That is why Mr. Gunter can't be here today, because he's actually in court at a hearing representing one of his clients. I can say that without a doubt, these issues should have been foreseen and dealt with. They have not, and continue to be issues cropping up. Take the music event, which I noticed from the garden of my partner's premises on Hill Lane, and when the returning home could not escape the noise in my property, using my own calibrated sound level meter and making a judgment that I had still been working in local authority proved a statutory noise nuisance under the Environmental Protection Act 1990. This information and a full report was in fact passed to the environmental health team, and they did take it up with the current landlord. So thank you. Yet, still after this, we have had countless times where music has been an issue. I used to be able to enjoy a quiet enjoyment of the garden some evenings, but with the current unauthorised building in the car park, which we've already discussed, as well as was passed to the environmental health, and they did deal with that. So further towards the residential, this is now not the case. The unauthorised timber building is best described as a hollow shell with reflective surfaces, should I say. Analogy would be when you decorate a room without carpets and furnishings, it is hollow and an echo chamber. This is now exactly what has been constructed without permission and has increased the levels experienced by neighbours, not just myself. Of note is the fact that it had a TV fitted at one stage, speakers to add to sound. With the construction of this building, the seating area has been extended and pushed further along the boundary towards their property. This has been a problem. The structure was built with a bar and beer pumps fonts for the outside facility. If I was to put my consultant's hat on, not me, but Paul, I would recommend that the unauthorised building is removed. But that's not what we're here for today. So the increase in numbers using the garden towards the neighbours is restricted by the garden use hours, and a full acoustic survey is carried out to establish what else is needed in a small village pub in a residential area to abate causing a nuisance to the neighbours who share the boundaries with the premises. What is needed? A restriction on the licensing hours to 11 p.m. rather than 1 p.m. to stop late night drinking. All the events need to be covered by TENS, only where any form of music is to be played, to aid in full control of the entertainment. The garden hours to be brought back to 2100 hours, 2130 at the latest, not what's looking to be negotiated here and apparently agreed on, 2230. All smokers to be restricted after this to an area adjacent to the highway from the residential boundaries as above. The car park should be cleared 30 minutes after last orders. And I suppose it just leaves me to say a couple of things. The long-term residency context, the severe and ongoing disturbances, the antisocial behaviour and safety concerns, the excessive early morning activity, the parking in highways, although they've made no comment, there's no change there because they don't normally anyway. Use of outdoor space, contrary to conditions, loss of amenity and impact on well-being. Pattern of non-compliance, repeated breaches of licensing conditions and abatement notices raised doubts about the licensee's willingness or ability to operate responsibly. I think I've said enough. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you any questions?
One question. Are there any restrictions on the delivery hours? You mentioned beer crashing and bashing when early in the morning. Are there actually any restrictions on that?
If I may, Chair, I think I'd like to ask that question of Abby Toms or to Carol, but there is video footage that does justify these timings, and it's not been a one-off, it's been regular. So in answer to that question, I think they are best suited to answer that. Thank you, sir.
I'm also going to defer because that's not a licensable activity. It would be under planning, which I think Abby might be able to help with.
So I don't believe there's any licensing conditions in respect of deliveries, but I think an all-encompassing noise management plan would talk about delivery noise as part of all the noise impacts from the premises.
If it just says just a brief conversation with my client, happy to concede a condition, there's no deliveries after 8 a.m. Before 8 a.m. Sorry, before 8 a.m. Make sure, yeah, get the word right. Before 8 a.m. But happy to have that as a condition.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can you put your microphone on, please, sir?
Since obviously we spoke about that a couple of months back, has there been any further complaints on that? Just so I can address if necessary, because it is a conversation we had with
We
all our
did have a
suppliers.
couple which I emailed to you.
Went straight back to those particular suppliers.
I haven't got all the paperwork with me, so it's really difficult to look at
Okay, fine.
timings.
It just would be helpful if it does happen. We aren't in full control of suppliers. We can tell them not to, but we can only deal with it if we do know that it's happening. So.
I think that would be covered by a noise management plan and the responsibilities with the manager. And you may wish to condition that separately, like has been discussed.
Okay. Could I also ask you about the planning? Is this,
So in terms of the wooden strut, so
Yeah.
this, my understanding is that there've been three planning matters recently. So there's been an extension to the kitchen, which has been passed for planning permission. There is an extension at the front of the premises, which is a brick built structure, which we did not object to because it's brick built and because of the potential, attenuation from that structure. And so that's been passed as well. The contentious point is the structure, which is currently being reviewed by the planning inspectorate. And we are awaiting decision from that because Mr. Spencer's appealed the decision for the planning enforcement team, who served a notice requiring it to be taken down.
thank you.
Chair, am I permitted to make another comment? Is that permitted or not?
Yeah, go on if it's quick.
It will be, sir. I'm disappointed personally that I was made aware this morning, that my honourable friend here, the licensee, has already discussed with the press that a done deal has been done behind closed doors. And I have sent that email on to certain people, which I find most disturbing. Not just me personally, but I find it disturbing for the residents. That he would be having a conversation that basically, use the word brags, that everything's okay, there's no problems. And I just felt that was appropriate to add at this stage.
If I could just answer that straight away, those words were not used, and I will be having that up with our honourable pressman over there. My words were the concern about our licence being revoked was not a concern, because that has never been mentioned. We were more than happy to obey with any public nuisance conditions given, and that was what I was comfortable we were going to be able to come to a solution with. That was what was said, and if something's published different to that, then I will be taking that up with the pressman that's sat over there, okay? So that's not what was said, and my phone calls are recorded, and I'll quite happily share that with you after, so you can hear what was actually said. It was a quick 2-minute phone call while I was flying back from Rome yesterday. Okay.
That actually is not
Thank you, Chair.
part of this meeting today. I think so. We'll ignore that. Yeah. Would you like to start your submission, please?
Yeah, I never got, because he was away, I always tell clients, don't speak to the press before a hearing, because you can't always trust them. As you heard earlier, I visited the pub on Sunday night. I think it's important for someone such as me they're coming to a hearing talking about somewhere where nuisance is an issue between the parties, for me to have a look for myself, and I did that. The first point I would want to make is that you have effectively, obviously, the local council is dealing with matters on behalf of residents, and that's perfectly normal and in some ways expected. But I just make the point that the pub itself is surrounded by about, give or take, 14 properties. And we're dealing here with 2 representations. So I just make that point that if the level of nuisance was as Mr. Gunter suggested, I think he's throwing his professional weight around a little here too much. I mean, he's talking about conditions being breached on the licence, but he doesn't say which conditions. There are actually only 4 conditions on this licence at the moment. So for him to blindly suggest that there have been breaches of conditions without actually particularising what they are, I don't think is actually particularly helpful, but I just make that point because licensing, of course, is a balancing exercise. That's well established principle between the negative impact that licensable activities can have on the wider community. And it's not a state secret that people, when they're listening to music and when they're drinking, can often behave in a different way. But that has to be balanced against the benefits that licensed premises bring to the wider community in terms of jobs. I spoke to Ben, who sits next to Johnny, who's his ops manager. 95% of the people that use this pub are from the village. All the people who are employed there are from the village. The wet dry split, as we call it in the trade, is about 85 to 15. So it's very much a community wet led. It's a village boozer. And it's important to remember that the interests of the properties that surround it are certainly of considerable weight and for you to consider. But I'll just balance that against the fact there's a number of people who live just as close as the objectors who have not raised any issues with these premises about how they're operated. And it isn't just about those residents, it's about the wider community. And so I just make that point as an overarching principle, because obviously any step you take today needs to be proportionate and it needs to be, I would respectfully suggest, stepped in its approach to tackling the problems that have arisen here. And I say that because in actual fact, environmental health, it's their review application, and we have actually got considerable grounds for agreement. I'm just here really just to make submissions in respect of two of those particular points, and I'll turn to that shortly. I think it would be fair to say as well, my client accepts that there have been one or two aspects that have given him cause to, I guess, reconsider one or two operational matters at the premises. It's a frequent phenomenon. Johnny took the pub in November 2023. And often when people take a premise and it gets busier, and it gets a lot busier, then that isn't always straightforward to manage immediately. And there is a curve that any operator has to go through in order to, I guess, learn lessons from it. So I think it would be fair to say the pub is hugely busier than it was. I think in terms of barrelage statistics, it's 4 times busier than it was when he took the pub. And with that, obviously, that means there are more customers, and there are more customers in the gardens, more customers in the pub. And so that needs to be managed both in terms of the operators' approach to how they effectively mitigate the impact that those premises have on the community around it. But also, people have to accept that if they live next door to a pub, and they've chosen to live next door to a pub, and that pub gets busier, well, then there are consequences that flow from that. People who live next door to licensed premises should not have to expect their lives to be impacted in a way that stops them enjoying their homes. Nobody's ever going to suggest that. But equally, people who live next door to a pub and choose to live next door to a pub have to accept that with that comes a greater degree of intrusion than if they did not live next door to a pub. I don't think that's a controversial point. And in fact, some of the representations, to some extent, echo that. And so we're here to reach what hopefully is a balanced outcome that addresses the concerns that have been raised, but don't impact on my client's right to legitimately operate his business. He has a number of licensed premises, and those concerns have been raised, not in a particularly negative way, but have been raised by environmental health. And I think I'm always a little bit reluctant to let my clients talk when I'm presenting, but I think what Johnny can do when I've finished is address the two particular issues which I'm about to turn to, which are the noise limiter and the shelter that's outside, which remain the two matters which are in dispute. But he accepts to me, for example, I know that environmental health went down to the premises on the 21st of June, and that is contained in the it's towards the back of the representations that have been made. I'm desperately scrambling around here to find it. Yes, sorry, forgive me. It's page 49 in the agenda pack. Paul talks about a visit to the premises, Midsummer's Day, and I raised that with Johnny. Obviously, I'm in a slightly difficult position professionally, just simply because he's been away, and that's just the way the dice have fallen with this. So I didn't get a chance to raise that event with him when we've been briefly talking on the phone. But he said to me straight away, the way that event was dealt with was wrong. And there have been steps that he's taken in terms of the types of event going forward, and in terms of the management structure at the pub that he's taken to tackle that. So he's not sat here today saying there haven't been any issues at all. But what we're seeking from this process is as an acknowledgement there's been recognition of the issues by the concessions that have been made on the conditions. And while I'm on that, because again, spoke to my client about this, he's also happy for a condition to go on the license that there is a phone number for residents to contact an appropriate person at the premises, be it his number or another number. Because one of the things he's raised with me is that these objectors, he's never met them. He doesn't know who they are. He wouldn't know who they were if they were sat in this room. Now, they're not under any obligation to be his mate. They're not under any obligation to do anything. I'm not suggesting that, but all I'm saying in this hearing is that he is happy to have a dialogue with these residents and neighbours who have issues with the pub in order to hopefully avoid this happening in the future. So I'll say that now, and he's repeatedly said that to me throughout, and maybe if that dialogue was there, then some issues could potentially have been addressed differently. But look, we are where we are, and we're here today. So I'll deal with the two matters. I'll deal with the noise limiter first. So the point that Johnny's made is an extremely experienced operator is that a noise limiter is not a panacea. It does not provide a solution to all the problems that a pub encounters. Johnny certainly feels that it would be far more adequately managed. He just doesn't think it's going to provide a solution. It would be far more adequately managed with a proactive noise management plan. I don't know if you want to expand on that now.
Yes, certainly. So obviously, as Duncan's mentioned, we do operate many other premises, some in Winchester, some on the outskirts of Winchester. One of our premises operates 4 nights a week till 3 o'clock in the morning. So I would say we are pretty adverse with dealing with noise management issues. Now, we've operated that premise for a number of years and it's not always been perfect, but in the last 12 months, we've had no issues. How we've gone about that is by having open dialogue with the residents. On a Friday evening, if the music's a bit too loud for them, they can text the manager, say, look, it's a bit loud tonight, and chance you can have the DJ turn it down. It'll be turned down there and then, and they can carry on with their evening. Now, obviously, best practice, it doesn't happen like that. But if it ever does get to a point, surely for the residents, it's going to be better if it can be dealt with in the moment rather than waiting until next week, 3-4 months down the line. And I'm sat here then having to discuss it. I'd much rather that could be a resolution than having a piece of machinery that doesn't actually give guarantees of that.
So that's that particular point. And in terms of the shelter, there are a number of issues. Just firstly, just so you can be clear, just turn to page 35. So the area that that environmental health are seeking to regulate by way of it's essentially the area that's on that plan that's got the red line around it. And although that's described as a car park in some of the papers, it isn't entirely a car park. It's partly a car park. So I park my car on Sunday, but also there is an area that has for some considerable time been dedicated to patrons, and in actual fact, up until at least 2021 was a significantly larger area that was dedicated for patrons. So the suggestion that it's all of a sudden has morphed into an area for patrons simply is not correct. It has been for a number of years structured as such. And on that plan there, just so you can be clear, I've marked it there. It's not exactly in the bottom right hand corner of that box, but it's towards the bottom right hand. There is in fact a gap. There is a gap between the back of that structure. So the structure faces towards the car park. Well, say the opening faces towards the car park, and then there's a timber backing to it, and then there's a distance of how many meters?
1.2 meters
1.2
between the
meters.
structure and the fence.
Between the structure and the fence. And so the first point I would make is prohibiting the use of the entirety of that space, which is what the environmental health are looking to do. Well, if you look below that box, next to the house that's got a 1, that wouldn't prohibit people being stood there. So that's actually closer to that house than it is to the house that's above it, which I understand is a source of the main complaints. And so the first thing I would say is let them see what that condition is seeking to achieve in terms of people not being in there. It did have a flat screen television in there, that's gone. It did have speakers in there, they've been disabled. And so that space is simply for people to sit in. And so we would say that condition, first of all, is not going to achieve what it's seeking to, but also we say it's disproportionate. Now, in terms of the structure itself, Johnny was on the understanding that he wouldn't need planning when he put it up. And when it was pointed out to him that he would, then he has appealed to the planning inspectorate. And as an operation of law, and that's what effectively we're dealing with here, we have to operate within the confines of the way that the law is framed. Until that appeal is determined, he is lawfully entitled to use that space for the purpose that he currently is using it for. And so we would say that a condition that restricts people within that particular space, given that the planning is under appeal, again, we would say that is disproportionate. Would also make the point that what the that condition, I've asked you to turn to page 11, because under the proposed condition from environmental health, it's condition 3. I mean, the section 182 guidance at paragraph 1.16 states what conditions on licenses should and shouldn't be. They should be precise, and they should be enforceable, and they should be aimed towards promotion of the licensing objectives. They should also be capable of being met. It's just wrong as a matter of principle and as a matter of fairness and as a matter of practicality to impose a condition on a license that a license holder simply can't meet. And I fail to see how any license holder can comply with the requirement that an area shall only be used for car parking. I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean people can't walk across it? Does that mean people can't meet a taxi in the car park? Does it mean that people can't go across it to get a pint from the pub? And so we would say that the way that condition is framed at the moment, in any event, isn't capable of being met, and that we would also say it's disproportionate and arguably prejudicial to the planning appeal. And what we're talking about here is we're not talking about amplified recorded music at any time. We are talking about live music, 3 events a year that's agreed with environmental health on those occasions, but that wouldn't be situated there either because of the distance from that property. It's going to be much more towards the middle of the grassed area. And so what we're talking about here is people sat effectively in a pub garden in a shelter talking to each other and having a drink. And so we would say for that reason as well that condition restricting that use is obviously, from our point of view at least, we say disproportionate. I mean, the condition is disproportionate, then it's not appropriate, and it shouldn't be burdensome. And again, that's taken from the section 182 guidance. I don't know, Johnny, if you want to just address on the smoking shelter in general terms, in terms of the planning and.
Yeah. So just to reiterate the point, it's referenced as we've repurposed this car park area. It's simply not true. The Hampshire Chronicles photo that was used yesterday to share this hearing will show you a photo from 2021 on Google Maps, which quite clearly shows two massive parasols. If anyone wants to watch Clarkson Farm, you'll know the kind of thing I'm talking about. And people sat there with chairs and tables under it. That was 2 years before we purchased the property. I was also a resident of Coldham Common until recently. So I used the pub as a customer way before I became the licensee. And I can guarantee I've sat on those tables and chairs myself and bought a pint and sat there. What we're dealing with here at the moment is the fact we are substantially busier. We've invested heavily into the pub. Nearly £100,000 in total has gone into the pub since we've operated it to make it a great place for people to visit. And I would say we're very proud of that as what we've been able to achieve with it. We shouldn't be punished for now being busier. We have offered solutions to some more fabrication to the structure, to put in a side wall which goes onto the particular property that we're having issues with the noise coming through, and adding in some additional sound baffling material. Now that is something that we have had experience with in other properties, and it really does work. I must remind you, what we're trying to do here is stop noise from voices. If I was to stand out on that courtyard now with a simple door in between us, it would be quieter than without that door there. I think we can all agree on that. So if we are to put in a substantial 15mm sound baffling material down the whole flank of the wall, and all we're trying to do, and all we're agreeable that we're trying to allow in there, I guess, is for people to sit and have simple conversations and have a drink, that would go a long way to kind of curbing some of that noise. Alternatively, if they can't sit there, they're going to sit on an open grassed garden with no structure at all. It just seems completely crazy to me. And as has already been pointed out, it's actually closer to the resident's property than our structure is currently. So it just seems a very odd point to want to move the noise rather than come to a more permanent solution. Again, I will offer a condition that structure has to have some noise prevention material added into it. Not a problem at all. We are more than happy to work with the local residents, and always has been. I'm sure Abby will agree upon that. I've been reasonable to a point, but there is certain things that we can't control. And yeah, people sat having a conversation in a beer garden. It's very difficult to do much about, if I'm totally transparent with you.
So those are essentially that is essentially our position. So I obviously agreement hasn't been reached with the residents, and so all matters are still in play. But I would please invite you just to consider that agreement has been reached with the applicant on a number of matters, and I would certainly invite you to impose those conditions that have been agreed with them. It's an unusual license for one that's been in play for 20 years. You don't see many licenses that have so few conditions, and so what we're inviting you to do is to impose a number of conditions that will make the license more enforceable for the licensing authority and environmental health going forward. We just feel that the noise limiter won't address the issues anywhere near as effectively as more strident management, which you had assurances from Johnny that is ongoing and will continue. And in respect of the structure itself, I mean, obviously the planning appeal, if that isn't successful, then that changes direction in any event. And if it is successful, then we've got a structure that people will be able to use. And so I know that it's been suggested in the review application that my client could subsequently, when the planning application is granted, he could subsequently apply to vary the licence in relation to that shelter. What we say is we would cross that bridge the other way around. If the planning application was unsuccessful, that structure would go in any event. And obviously if it is successful, my client doesn't see why he should, on that basis, have to apply to vary the licence. He believes the current position should be allowed to continue on that basis, given all the concessions that have been made in respect of other things. So, but of course, you've got to listen to the representations that have been made by other persons. But what we're talking about here is actually in many ways a local success story. And sometimes when pubs get busier, they need to be managed in a way that is reactive to that, and that license holders don't always get that perfectly right. But we would say that the position that we were at is a proportionate outcome for this appeal. We've had positive discussions today with environmental health, and I guess ultimately, look, I come here, I get paid to do a job, I get in my car, drive up the road, but your officers, the residents, and my client have to continue to coexist going forward. This isn't going to be whatever decision you make today isn't going to be the end of things. Of course, it's not, because all the parties have to coexist together going forward. And so I would just make a couple of points in respect of that. First of all, for you to consider our position on a stepped approach, given the positive concessions that have been made, and the fact my client's got a right to run his business and to run it in a way that is commercially viable and benefits the whole of the local community, not just the properties that are around it. But the second point I would make is that there could be some, I'm saying it in an open hearing, and obviously Councillor Cook is here, if there could be some dialogue going forward, then that may provide a means to iron some issues out at an earlier stage. And so again, I just reiterate, reiterate that point now. So I know I've gone on a bit longer than everybody else, but you'll be glad to hear that's me. Thank you. We'll go. Yeah. Apparently, my client wants to say something.
Just as a closing point to kind of put my view across, I guess, in some of the more serious points that were read in those representations. The one that kind of comes to mind the most, I guess, is this brick being thrown through a window. I just want to reiterate there has been no police contact with ourselves as the license holder with this matter. And I think that, I'm not saying it's untrue for any stretch of the imagination. I just want to make that very clear that the police aren't sat here with a representation. I certainly have had no contact with the police relating to something like that, because it does sound terrible. If that was my house or one of my family's houses that event had happened to, I'd certainly expect there to have been something happen about it. We have got CCTV already in place. I know today I'm offering it as a formal condition, but there is 16 very good outdoor and indoor CCTV cameras in that building. If the police had a visit, this incident may have been able to be stopped. It's certainly something that I would not expect to be happening in my premise. If it has happened, we want to be able to work with the local authorities to address that. So just thought I'd finish that as a kind of a finishing piece, and thank you for your time.
Yeah. Just to add to that, obviously, if Hampshire Police had concerns with these premises, they'd be here today, and they're not. And my client could only react to what he knows about. If he doesn't know about that incident, then he can't deal with it. So you just had no idea, did you? No. Okay.
Thank you. I understand that condition number 3 is not agreed on, and that's with regards to area B shall only be used for car parking, and that is the area where the shelter is situated. If committee is so minded, would you be prepared to accept a condition on the hours of use of that structure?
Yeah, I'm happy to add that into the external area. The condition that covers the external area from the structure up would be absolutely fine. I think that was discussed with Abby in our meeting most recently as well. So no issue at all.
You could modify that condition to just to say all external areas, in fact, because obviously what the condition seeks to do is divide the areas down. The only exception to that would be, of course, the car park. People would have to get to their cars, and so, but certainly all patrons to be cleared from external areas from 22:30. Yes.
Just to clarify, there is a definitive line that kind of divides where you'd go to the car park. There is a line in the kind of the floor that's got the drainage that goes onto the garden. So you could put some sort of barrier structure there to stop people going left, but they'd still be able to enter the car park through the kind of walkway, and they'd be able to go to the kind of right hand side if you were exiting to go into a smaller kind of solution that wraps around the front of the property to Spring Lane, which has got a lot smaller wooden structure that's been there historically. That I think, Abby, you're aware of that structure, which is where we would allow people that would like to smoke after 10:30 to obviously go, because we'd have to allow that. But we'd already kind of said in principle that maybe a condition around no alcohol outside after 10:30 would help them not loiter, which I'm also happy to offer today if that kind of helps your kind of understanding of how we're trying to work with the local residents.
No, not from me.
I am quite concerned that you don't appear to be having much dialogue with the residents around you. Normally, pubs are communicating with their neighbours quite a lot, and I'm sorry that we're in the situation that we are at the moment. I think publishing a number where they can report to, and you've got a full record of any complaints that are going on, is something that we should be looking at quite closely on this. And I'm disappointed that you had to apply for retrospective planning permission for this structure. And I think that sums a few things up, and I would like to talk
Just to add that the planning matters we've got to set aside. This is a different regime with different considerations. All it means that obviously there is an appeal pending, so that will that structure will either continue or, as a lawful structure. But obviously there's a difference between planning allowing the structure. Licensing does allow the use of the land, so that's the point that that I think we can settle on. The planning merits or otherwise. Mr. Spencer did say that he was led to believe, I think, that it didn't require planning consent. So we can't go down that route as such. Actually, whilst I'm here, if you don't mind, and can I
just respond to that first? I think my client wants to say something as well. I don't, in respect of the, well, one of a better expression, the main complaint, I don't think it's at all fair that my client is criticised for not communicating with him, because I know he's put his phone number through the letterbox 4 occasions and she's not got in touch. So I don't know what more he can do in respect of that. He's tried to engage with them and they haven't reciprocated. So I make that point first. And I don't know whether what you said was a question or a comment. It sounded more like a comment, but I just make the point that planning and licensing are separate regimes. Johnny's understanding. Would you want to explain about the structure, why you thought it was?
So obviously, most of you will be aware, after COVID, there was a lot of restriction relaxation when it came to outdoor structures. Now, I instructed my carpenter to build a structure that was 15 metres squared. It became a lot larger than that. And when I came back from holiday, it was already up. So at that point, all we could do was ask for retrospective. So it was an honest mistake. You can build a structure smaller than that without planning in a pub with the new laws that have come out subsequent to COVID. And just to kind of follow up, as Duncan's already said, the 2 particular representations I've not spoke to, I think 14 or 15 residents we have, the other 10 or 11 I talk to regularly. Most of them drink in the pub regularly. So it's not that we don't talk to our neighbours, it's just 2 or 3 potentially other people that aren't talking to us. It's really not a fact that we're not local community minded. In fact, every time that we do an event, we make sure it's shared across all the residents' pages on Facebook, and a note goes through all of the doors to all of the residents to alert them that we are going to be doing anything that's outside of the normal day-to-day running of a village pub.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, your microphone's on, sorry. Could I just ask through you, Chair, about the abatement notice that was served last year? And there was no appeal, was there, against that?
No, we didn't appeal it. I mean, the abatement notice was around the structure. For those that have read the report fully, you'll notice in July last year, the England football team did very well in the Euros, so we did some external viewings of that. Now, when the abatement was served, the conversation myself and Abby, who obviously served the abatement, was that the TV and the audio was the main part of the reason for the abatement, and they were removed and haven't been used since. So 12 months ago, since there was last a TV or audible speakers in that structure.
Yeah, I mean, that related to a particular specific event, and just make that point. It's obviously clear from the wording of it that it relates to a particular time and place. And in fact, voices and certainly television broadcast is exempt under paragraph 8 of Schedule 1 of the Licensing Act. So, but no, it wasn't appealed. I mean, that's a matter of fact. But I think it's fair to say that, well, you know, my client has taken on board those things with the steps that he's taken.
Just to add that it's not just the television speakers, it does actually say noise from loud voices. So.
Well, I've had this at a pub in Gateshead. I do question how anyone can abate loud voices, but that's a separate issue because it's separate legal proceedings. But anyway, we're here to deal with the licence, not the abatement notice. I would make that point as well. Thank you.
Chair, sorry, there is reference to other residents, and I appreciate that Councillor Cook's here without putting her on the spot too much. She's here to represent Francesca and Paul, but has also made a representation as a local councillor. So I just wondered if there's any information based on anything else that's been said today from any of the residents that you'd want to comment on. So.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you, Chair. There have been other residents that have come to me, okay? The property next door to Francesca, in fact, is owned, but it is rented to a family, and they have come to me, but they have not done a written representation. They preferred not to. There are neighbours round the back of the area, near to Paul Gunter in particular, also that have come to me as a fellow councillor, and complained. And if I may add, and obviously please do stop me, I have myself visited the establishment 4 times, left my business card with a young lady behind the bar who I think is one of your managers, and I've heard nothing. With regard to the relevance to the brick incident, the police were called. I can't get it to you now, but I know there is a police reference. I hope that answers the questions, but yes, other residents have come to me. Thank you.
On balance, are you finding residents are only coming to you with concerns, or, I mean, there's reference today about leafleting and communication. Is that anything that you're aware of in the community as well?
I am aware that there is a number of advertisements that you put onto Facebook, which is always a joy to see, and that's good. But with regard to any form of information like flyers, I know there was one that in particular caused a lot of interest when something had happened in the pub. There was, I think there was a party thrown. And I believe the following day, there was a flyer that was put through the letterbox of Francesca's and others, offering the residents a £20 voucher to come in and spend at the pub. And basically that's closing the gate after the bull's bolted by sort of saying, there you go, there's £20, come and join us in the pub. I don't think that's perhaps the right way to engage with your nearby residents.
If I can just add, that was before the event, not after the event.
If I may answer that, is that all right? My understanding, I wasn't personally at the event, but there was an apology letter that was a flyer that was sent out to engage, which was good to engage, and that's really important. And as we heard from the chair, you know, it is important to engage with nearby residents, not just the wider community.
It wasn't apology. It was we're putting this event on. It might disturb you, but if you'd like to come and join us, here's a £20 voucher to bring your family to enjoy the event with us. It wasn't a party. It was an event that we were putting on. I can't remember exactly which one because it was last year. We're talking 12 months plus ago, because we haven't, other than the one on June the 21st, where we did a summer solstice in the afternoon, we haven't put live music in the garden. That's the only event we've put in that garden in 12 months.
If I may, Chair.
No.
Just about
having.
Yeah, just to clarify a couple of issues, because I was the person who served the abatement notice. What I was going to say is it was in respect of loud voices, television and speakers from the car park area, and the car park area was identified on the map along with that abatement notice, it's the exact same area where we are still having issues. And that abatement notice was served after a body of evidence, not a single event. And so these problems have been continuing. In regards to the noise limiter, that is a physical control. We to date haven't had success through negotiating and discussing with the premises licence holder about improving management controls. And so we felt it essential to ask for that. And I would be concerned if we just went for hours of use on that outdoor area. It's not the structure itself is obviously subject to planning permission, but its use is the issue. It's an attractive area. You know, it's beautiful. It's a very attractive area. But you're getting a lot of people congregating in that area because it's a nice place to sit, it's sheltered, etc. And I think it's quite a different impact from what was there before. As Mr. Spence was saying, you know, you had a few parasols and a few tables and things like that. Maybe it wasn't as popular. We certainly didn't get complaints like we have now.
I think I can just respond to that. We just if they weren't able to be there, they would just be displaced into the garden. That's the reality. But perhaps not when it's raining, but otherwise they would just be displaced. So you're just displacing whatever the concerns are.
Carol, can I ask you just a question? Looking at the pictures, it also looked like there's an area that you could use for serving drinks from in that. Am I mistaken on that?
From within the structure?
Yeah.
Yes. So last year we were contacted with information that when the structure had started to be used, there were alcohol pumps, beer pumps outside, a television, and basically a covered outdoor structure. I made contact and spoke to the licence holder and followed up with an email to explain that that wasn't covered by the premises licence, and that alcohol sales outside should cease, and that if they wanted to provide it in that area, a full variation application would be required. The alcohol sales stopped outside, but no variation was submitted. So thereafter, it was being used for consumption, which is not licensable. There was no sale that was taking place outside thereafter.
Is the bar still there in that structure?
It's
got nothing that would designate it as a bar. No, it's just yeah. There's no pumps, nothing that. Yeah.
Chair, do you mind if I just refer to, as you know, open session? It's the licence, this 182 guidance 1652. It does say, if appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives, if there is a link to remaining licensable activities, conditions that relate to non-licensable activities can be added or altered at review following problems. And it says this has been a feature of conditions since the Act came into force. A relevant example could be the use of conditions relating to large screen broadcasts of certain sporting events, which combined with alcohol consumption could create a genuine risk to the promotion of the licensing objectives. It is also not uncommon for licensing conditions relating to the sale of alcohol to restrict access to outside gardens, outside areas such as unlicensed beer gardens after a certain time. So I think what that's saying is you could link, although it's a non-licensable activity, the watching of sporting events, etc. I don't know whether the applicants, whether the licence holder wants to comment about that.
Just to clarify, are you referring to us still technically being able to show live sport if we wanted to, unless it's conditioned?
Well, what it says is that it says that following a review, it says after a review following problems occurring at the premises, you can have conditions relating to large screen broadcast. I'm just saying it's something that's associated with obviously alcohol consumption could create a genuine risk to the promotion. So I'm just saying it is something, whether you accept that or not, that is possible to condition the use of that area.
I mean, it's not in. I don't think it's in play. It's certainly not been asked for by I don't think by any of the conditions by the applicant. I mean, look, I think it was just a bit of a perfect storm last year because England got to a Euro final and you got a big screening, didn't you? But we're not talking about something that's going to happen. Maybe not in my lifetime again, but maybe it will. I don't know. But there are no plans to show sport out there. So I suppose it's a matter for the committee, I guess, but certainly it's not what's really given rise to this review. I think it would be fair to say, and 11.20 in the guidance, that is clear that the steps that you take should be aimed at tackling the matters that gave rise to the review. A one-off event more than 12 months ago that didn't give rise to a review at the time, I don't think is a sufficient nexus, I would say. What are you going to say, John?
So I was just going to clarify then, if it was something that the committee felt appropriate that we were allowed to carry on using the structure for drinking, but not to show live sport within that structure, that's absolutely fine. We're not intending to use it how it was used maybe at the start of when it first got put in. If we do feel the need to do anything of a similar nature, we'll just simply put temporary event notices in. That's not an issue.
That may go some way to assuaging some of the concerns then. So there you go, my clients. If you got that, okay, thank you.
I'm a bit curious about this concept of a noise limiter. It's not something I know anything about.
So what it is it's a device that you put in place. So all the amplification equipment goes through it. And when you get to a certain level, so it's set at a certain level, when it gets to a certain level, there's two types actually. Either it cuts it out, which people don't like, of course, which, you know, or you can get another type which reduces the level back to the one that's been set. And we've had considerable experience of setting them with other premises. So we will go along and listen to it from neighbours' properties. They set the level, we agree a level, and, you know, they start off playing music as loud as they would like, and probably the worst track they could find, and then the most bassy, should we say, and then they'd reduce the level until we agree that that's an appropriate level that you can't hear, can't cause a problem in neighbour's property, and then set that level. And they are, as that's been mentioned, they're not perfect, but it's important that all of the amplification equipment goes through it. So if you bring your own equipment in, you've got to make sure you plug into the noise limiter. And the other thing is that for bands, live bands, they can be a bit difficult because they have like a big drum roll, and then suddenly, you know, you've exceeded the level. So they're not perfect, but they're probably a step beyond management controls because they're a physical control. Does that help?
Yes, that's very useful. And of course, the point of the fact that the noise level has to be agreed with the neighbours starts a bit of a dialogue, doesn't it? I take your point that they're not going to be perfect, and obviously atmospheric conditions and wind direction and everything are going to create changes.
Could I just make a point to that though, which is, I don't think it's right from a client to be effectively penalised for the fact that two particular neighbours have chosen not to engage in dialogue with him. I don't think it should be a mechanism for that dialogue to take place. I don't think that's right. And these things aren't cheap. And so what we're not dealing with here is a premises that's putting discos on twice a week till 2 in the morning. We're talking about very occasional events, aren't we? And so that's where the proportionality argument comes in.
I think this year we've got 6 live music events planned in total.
Yeah. Just question to Abby. With these noise limiters, are you setting them, or can the management change the setting once you've got?
So normally the setting is done with us. So
Yeah,
we will witness
Can
it from
somebody
the neighbours.
override that?
Yeah, we'll
in the
witness. It's not a form of mediation by any means. It's a case of setting a level, a volume level that's appropriate in the neighbour's property versus the pub premises.
Yeah.
Mediation is perhaps an idea, but it's a separate thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned at the fact that people can identify the music track and the words in their bedroom late at night. That's a real concern.
That particular issue was one 21st birthday. We have actually had a 21st birthday since then. And as far as I'm aware, there was no complaints. I was there myself. I monitored every 20 minutes around the exit of the building, and I've taken my own recordings, if that would be relevant, to show that we didn't have any issues. As far as I'm aware, I'd be 28th of June. Nothing's come to you, because we had a 21st birthday party with a DJ where it was monitored myself with the same kind of stringent guidelines we put in place for other places. And as far as I'm aware, that solved the issue because there isn't any further representations from that particular event. I would much prefer if we can go down that route of having a clear management noise plan that is then two-way rather than it being one-way, because noise sound limiters do depend on atmospheric conditions. If it's raining outside, if it's cold, if it's hot, the noise level travel differently depending if you've got bass or you've got high. A sound limiter does not do that. Okay, I'm very proficient in dealing with the late night kind of thing, as I've already covered. The dialogue's not been able to be there. At no point, despite me offering on many occasions, have I been able to have a conversation with the residents and be able to go in the daytime, turn a music system on and go, is this too loud in your bedroom? Because I don't know what's loud in someone's bedroom, with all due respect. I can only do that if that conversation happens.
Chair, could I ask, I think it would be useful if we can, I mean, what is the cost of the noise limiter? I wouldn't have a clue, but I think it'd be useful for.
£4,000, I've already had it quoted.
I
Just to
think
give
a
you an
bit
idea.
variable, depends what sort you get really, to be honest.
And that plays into the proportionality argument.
And, you know, the advice that we gave the applicant was to monitor noise from the boundary of the premises to make sure it wasn't unreasonable. I've seen no records of monitoring or anything like that. And in fact, you know, when you can hear the lyrics of some songs in the neighbour's bedroom at night, you know, that's too loud.
Just to clarify, then I do agree that that is too loud, but how are we supposed to know what can be heard in a bedroom if that dialogue that I've been asking for hasn't taken place? I hope no one sits here today and thinks that I'm not approachable or a reasonable person, because we really are. I don't know, for whatever reason, that this particular neighbour doesn't feel like she can talk to me, but it is something that is out of our hands if we can't have those conversations.
Yeah, I appreciate that point, but at the same time, we've got to consider everything in and around. And I think that if you've got some dialogue, that would be helpful. And there's a number to ring that she can get hold of you.
Yeah, a condition's been offered for that. And so we can consider those together when we adjourn, which I presume is going to be.
Chair, am I permitted to make a comment here, if I may, if this is what Laura referred to as an open session? And if I'm not, then I will step away. But I just wanted to make a comment.
It's up to you, Chair, but you know, I think we're just going backwards and forwards. I think we need to put an end to the as everybody, the parties think they've had their say on what they've had.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm assuming that everything I've said, Abby, you're agreeing with in terms of how I've always approached it with yourself. And I have had these conversations many times. I'd much rather work with my residents than against the residents. We aren't in any way running it as a nightclub or have any intentions of doing anything of a nature of that. We're a village pub that occasionally wants to have some entertainment.
Can I just say, Chair, that obviously when you retire to consider the matter, what I usually say is to be very, very open. So obviously any legal advice that I give you when we are in closed session together, I will repeat and explain, or I could actually give that advice in open. In terms of conditions that you might wish to impose, again, that is a matter that you could put to the parties. You don't have to completely say, well, this is what we're saying, set in stone. You can move that with the parties, and I'm quite an advocate of that, because we want to get them right. And as far as possible, obviously there might not be a agreement on both sides, but I think that's a sensible and fair approach. Thank you.
Just to say that we have worked with the premises licence holder, but matters haven't been resolved, otherwise we wouldn't be here.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check with the officers? Are you content that the noise management plan will provide suitable mitigation of the voices that are amplified under this wooden structure? Because obviously a noise limiter wouldn't impact on the voices.
No is the answer to that, really, because as Johnny was mentioning, sorry, Mr. Spencer was mentioning a little bit earlier, you can't control human voices very easily. So that isn't something that we would expect. The problem with that is it's so incredibly close to the neighbour's property, and there is a big outdoor area there where, you know, it creates some distance between the residents that would help.
One further question, if the appeal against the structure is upheld, sorry, if the appeal is upheld, are we going to put in a condition that it is fully soundproofed where possible?
So we've already had some discussions about sound insulation of the structure. It's my opinion that it's too lightweight to structure properly, to attenuate properly. But you know, if an acoustic consultant came out with a report which demonstrates how well it's been insulated or proposes an alternative structure, then, you know, we'd always be happy to have a look at that. But I would, you know, obviously that's not retrospectively really.
That would be a separate thing anyway, as a separate hearing.
Yeah. Just to add some clarity to that matter, we are going to go ahead and get that structure soundproofed anyway, following this meeting. Then contact the planning people about that. So we are going to make that, whatever happens today, I'm going to make that sound. And if we do need to come back and discuss, we will, because I think it's the right thing to do.
If my client's doing that, then you can impose that as a condition. Yes.
Yes, could I ask a question of environmental health? The appellant said that if they if the shelter isn't used, then they spread out across the site with tables and chairs and so on. And obviously one sees lots of pub gardens like that, where there aren't a lot of complaints about noise. So actually, is the use of the shed the real major problem? And actually, if people were spread across the site, the noise would be diffused.
I think there's two aspects there, one of which is what is a reasonable use of a pub garden. And now when you look at that premises as a resident and you move into the area, you see a very large grassed area. And so your expectation is that people will be sat in the grassed area, you know, so I think that's fair enough. I think it's quite difficult to, the reason why this is an issue is because it's so incredibly close to the neighbour's property. Do you want to add something, Phil?
Chairman, may I just add to that to try and answer Councillor's question a bit. I think what you're asking, there is a difference in my view, acoustically speaking. There's two factors. That's a hard structure, so it causes an echoing box. It holds the noise in a bit before it escapes. And what you get, we've all seen this, when a volume of noise goes up, you have to talk louder to hear what you're saying. So you get this hubbub. We've all noticed this happen. So if you concentrate everybody in a structure that causes that effect, that's going to result in an increase in voices. If you disperse those people over a wider area, across the grass area, you would have less of an issue with that effect. I can't remember, there's actually an acoustic term for this effect. We've all seen it. In addition, the structure facilitates an ability to be outside when it's the weather's slightly less than clement in this, albeit this year, slightly nicer summer. So it extends the period of time when those people would be outside compared to just sitting on tables dispersed across the grass area. Hopefully that answers that question, Councillor.
Chairman, may I add? Sorry.
Sorry, one very big point my client's raised. We're talking about a structure that holds no more than a dozen people, so just please factor that in. It's not dozens of people in there, it's 12 people max.
So I think there's 16 chairs in there.
Oh, it's 16. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just for context, I wonder whether if you have access to Google when you're in Canberra, the Google Maps satellite view perhaps gives a better understanding in terms of where you can see demarked where car parking spaces are, where the green area is, where the structure is. So that's just a point. What I would also say is that the council's licensing policy does set out what we as an authority would expect in terms of noise controls. So you may be minded to refer to pages 28 and 29 of our own policy. And that sets out things that would be expected, for example, stricter conditions with regard to noise control, and that sets out in certain circumstances. There's reference to hours of opening, particularly between 2300 and 0700 hours, things like encouraging good practice to adopt communication and regular meetings with residents, etc. So that might be a section of our policy that you may wish to refer to. Thank you.
Yeah, that's useful. Thank you. I think we've covered everything, so we'll go into our discussions. Are we here or in this room, or are we?
We're going to wait in here.
Right.
And the cross room
Okay.
is available for everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've got 40 views on here, so. Thank you. I didn't.
Chair, sorry, mindful of time, is it worth giving a minimum time so that anybody else here can have lunch break, go to the town and get a sandwich or something? Do you want to say a minimum of 45 minutes, an hour, or how, perhaps set a time so that people have got a bit of flexibility?
Right, welcome back, everybody. We're minded to consider the application with the conditions that I'm going to ask Laura to read out to us. So we then ask for opinions on them.
Yeah, yes, the committee is minded to attach conditions, as we were, many of those are agreed. There are matters that the committee has considered with me in private session relating to obviously there's been a significant increase in volume of trade in the last the last couple of years, 4 times, I think the licence holder said, and obviously that has significantly exacerbated the issues that we've now heard today. What the committee is minded to do is, as I said before lunch break, is to moot conditions. That's if so. This isn't the decision of the committee, and to suggest to the parties, the environmental health, the applicant, and the wording that the committee proposes, and just to make sure that they are clear and what was agreed. And then go on to suggest 1 or 2 that we're not sure whether they are already, they're matters that that are already in place or are possible to be added to be imposed on the licence. So one of those matters is patrols of the car park area and the perimeter of the premises, and is that something that the licence holders considered and would be willing to undertake? So thinking something along the lines of it's absolutely I'll come back to that one. So that's something that we were looking at, something like half hourly, say after 8 PM, I think we mooted.
Is that when regulated said the same? Is that when regulated entertainment is obviously, presumably they wouldn't need to do that monitoring if it was just a normal night, would they, or would they?
Well, obviously the live music events outside they end at 8, don't they?
Of course, in terms of those, but
so it's just obviously there've been complaints of noise from within the premises,
yes,
as well as obviously external. So the patrols, we were also looking at, we've discussed them being linked to patrons being guided to the car park area. Then, and I think you mentioned a particular route or something that you said, Mr. Spencer, that you could.
So yeah, there was there's a passageway that literally goes from the kind of door up to the car park that is quite obvious when you visit the premise. I appreciate that not everyone has. That would be obviously a thorough route that we could obviously make sure is cleared in a sufficient time period, particularly towards closing time, whether you want to class that as a dispersal plan, I guess.
Right, yes.
But yeah, that obviously the car park we're assuming is the actual physical car park here,
right,
with the spaces on. Is that what we're discussing?
Yeah, I was just linking the two really. So
yeah, okay.
We were saying, here it is. We were saying about a main route for dispersal, to be away from residential areas as far as possible. So if you're saying that there is a better route that patrons could take, that's the only one.
The only other route would mean them crossing Spring Lane and then coming back into the car park.
Okay. So is that something that you would be agreeable to?
Could you just clarify exactly what you're
Yeah,
asking
so,
the condition
yeah,
to be?
patrols of the perimeter, of the perimeter of the premises shall take place every 30 minutes after 8 p.m. And require by member of staff, so it doesn't have to be particularly anybody. And to ascertain if noise is audible outside the boundary of residential premises.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. To obviously quantify that, that would be what within the areas that people are permissible to be in at that time as well as audible noise. Is that what we're asking?
It
Yeah.
just needs to go up to the fence. That's the.
Yeah, but obviously providing the wording is completely
Yeah, I'll
clear and of what we're agreeing to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that person shall seek to guide patrons along, you said about a path, along is it a made up path, did you say?
To the car park.
Yeah,
Well, it's just an area where there's currently no seating and it basically leads from the car park back into the building. So it's a natural walkway, I guess.
okay,
Or vice versa.
okay, along.
Yeah, or vice versa. Yeah.
From-
It's the way you would enter the pub if you arrived by vehicle or foot. That's the way you'd come in,
Okay.
because the only other entrance to the whole property is on literally off the main road. There's no footpath that goes past the front of the pub.
Okay, right. Okay.
The only point I would make about that is obviously that can work when marshalling people from inside the premises. Obviously, if they're coming from the beer garden, the grass area, they're likely to just go straight to the car park. It's inconceivable they go to the pub.
Okay.
And so it would be in respect of patrons coming from the inside of the premises.
Right, from inside the premises, okay.
I'm assuming that condition would be to stop people loitering on the way from the pub to their cars. Is that what we're trying to establish here?
Yeah, yeah,
Particularly when lots of people are leaving at the same time, i.e. at closing time on a weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
and then I'm not sure whether you have any signage asking patrons to leave areas quietly around the premises already.
We do currently have one at both exit doors, but I'm happy that that's a condition as well if that's necessary.
Just literally, seeing how, just trying to, to think of measures that obviously the committee that could just assist. So whether that signage is placed in other areas around the premises. So possibly when they're leaving the gazebo area in particular, the wooden structure area, because you have all these, bye, good nights, all the rest that you normally get. But we have signage around the that area along that. Well, there's how close is it to the
There's something along the lines of relevant signage in areas to remind customers to respect the neighbours and keep a noise down.
In prominent positions inside and outside the premises.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
happy.
okay. We also discussed, I know that licence was indicated that the television speakers weren't being used, but members were concerned that that's obviously voluntary, and in view of the history, they would propose that condition that no television be used in the gazebo structure or use of loudspeakers in that area. And that's on the back of that. That's on the back of the guidance that I addressed.
So it's a requirement that there's no TV inside the gazebo. Yep, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and the use of speakers. I think you said that you'll supply dedicated contact for
Yes,
residents by telephones at all times.
yes.
The pub is, the premises are open.
Yeah, that's fine. I've just had a very productive conversation with Councillor Cook in the break, and we're going to try and set up between ourselves and Environmental Protection a resident style meeting,
Oh, that's good.
at which point there can be phone numbers distributed both myself and the DPS that will be coming onto the premises imminently, who we've just appointed as our new manager.
Okay.
Make sure his details are available to the residents as well.
Okay. Premises, yeah, at all hours, times the premises are open. Okay, that's good. I think we've agreed no alcohol outside the premises after 10:30.
Yeah.
No deliveries before 8 AM every day.
Yeah.
Just on that delivery condition,
Yeah.
obviously if a delivery turns up at 7 AM in the morning, I can't control that. We can tell them we're not accepting it, but that needs to be clear of what that looks like. I can't have a breach of license for a third party company turning up outside my premise. That's not within my control.
Or you just say the premises will not accept deliveries.
Yeah, that's
before
what,
8 AM.
Okay,
is that fair?
yeah,
No, deliveries to be accepted rather than if
Yeah.
being transparent with you, a lot of the delivery drivers change very often. So our regular ones, yeah, that'll be fine. But I mean, at certain delivery companies, we've probably had 6 drivers in the last 6 weeks. They just change very regularly.
yeah.
Now we can refuse the delivery, but we can't help them turning up in the lorry.
Yeah, that's good. And there's going to be 3 live music events per annum,
Yes.
non-consecutive
Outside.
outside the premises, yeah. Per annum, as is in draft form, non-consecutive, for a maximum duration of 4 hours.
That, to clarify, that 4 hours is the performance, not necessarily the entire event. Just if you, that could just be made
Performance time
correct.
to finish no later than 8 PM.
Correct.
Amplification.
Can I just ask for just a clarity just on that point, just so it's clear? Obviously, one of those events that we have planned is our annual family fun day. And that might be a clown with like a kids disco. I think we had that last year and it was great success with no complaints. I just want to make sure that's clear that I can still go ahead and
It's like,
have a clown's kid disco outside.
that's a disco, it's live music,
You'd have
it's
to
not
put
live
10.
music, is it?
Would I have to put a 10 in for that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
It's next week.
This will take effect for 21 days.
Okay.
So, amplification of music outside shall be by microphone and not by and not the use of amplified instruments. Does that sound, I'm looking at licensing at Abby there. Yeah, it's just whether that sounded, so we've got no recorded music shall be played. No recorded music shall be played outside.
Yeah.
Yep. And that, when we say outside, that will be outside of the licensed area, licensable areas. And then we've got all windows and doors shall be kept closed, other than for access and egress when regulated entertainment is being played. The premises shall operate a noise management plan to be agreed and approved in writing. Okay, the premises license holder should ensure the premises operates in accordance with the NP. We've suggested that, sorry, and then I think something about that being included. unamplified music is subject to that plan? Is that
Sorry, so that.
unamplified music is subject to that, noise management plan? Is that something that Abby, I think, might be?
Yeah, no, I suppose it's not.
So we got, looks like it's the same there. Yeah, okay. The committee find themselves in a little bit of a rock and a hard place. We discussed this with regard to the wooden structure, because it is very close to the boundary, and they would like to explore with the parties whether, although it might not be perfect, but they've also, I've advised that they've obviously got overlapping jurisdictions of the noise abatement notice. That's still current and live. So that is a measure. And then we've also got the patrols for the perimeters, some noise attenuation for the gazebo, and I think you did offer some measures to try and improve the transmission of noise to the boundaries. Can you expand upon what you propose doing for that?
So something that I've had experience of in my other venues, and talking to Liz, who's over there, who's also a regional manager for the pub company that the Rising Sun ultimately belongs to. She's got some experience in a local pub called the Dolphin at St Dennis, where they've built pretty much a similar structure, and they've put this sound baffling material in, and it has completely got rid of the problem. So we will be having conversations with Liz after this, and going to visit the property and finding out who installed that particular item and replicating that is the plan. As I obviously said earlier, we're only trying to stop voices from travelling into the neighbour's garden, because everything else we've already had removed with other conditions. So
Yeah.
I think it's a lot easier to attenuate noise from human voice than it is to attenuate having a big 15-inch bass bin speaker pumping behind the wooden structure, which obviously we won't be doing anyway.
Well, that's right. So you've mentioned sound baffle material. Have you got some kind of, I mean, you can go outside and just discuss that with what that might comprise, and yeah, perhaps the environmental health team can help out with that.
My preference, okay, would be to stop using it until such works are done, because we can't guarantee those works will be successful, and also we need to see them really. And in the meantime, what you're expecting the resident to be affected by noise from our voices. So my preference would be to agree to that afterwards.
So the committee looked at obviously considered that there are going to be patrols, and also just different measures, including the reduction in
Can I just make the point that any decision that's made today won't take effect for 21 days. My client has just said he's completely comfortable he can address that in a satisfactory way within 21 days.
So how do you want to play that then? That you cease the use? Are you agreeing to that until such time as you?
No. What we're saying is that if this condition is imposed today and the decision notice goes out today, as an operation of law, he's got 21 days to address those matters. And
yeah,
you need to get into the specifics of. You don't know what they are, then you do.
Well, as I say, do you want to?
Are we looking at a condition here that basically says that the structure for people to be able to sit and have a drink needs to have proficient sound baffling material that stops voices travelling into the residential properties?
Well, you can't ever prevent, can you?
Reduce.
So you
mitigate.
Yeah, mitigate. Whatever wording needs to happen, I'm happy to accept that we will put into effect before the 21-day period is over, that structure will have sufficient. Yeah, and obviously I will carry on the discussion with Abby and Phil relating to that. But having witnessed it myself in my own bar, it was literally put in for that very reason. We had a smoking solution that was an external area until 3-4 in the morning, as I've already mentioned, and we had 3 neighbouring properties that were literally being disturbed, not by the noise from inside, because we had sound lobbies and triple glazing, all the other stuff needed to stop that. It was literally people talking when they're having cigarettes quite loudly at 2-3 in the morning. This structure we put in has stopped all complaints, and it's been in 3 years now. We haven't had a single resident complain about people smoking. It's good stuff when it's put in properly. If it's only there to stop voice transmission, because the audio acoustics of voice are very different to amplified music.
Abby,
Thank you.
want to make a
Can I,
comment?
can I just say, we did have a discussion some months ago about an acoustic report to accompany a planning application for this very thing, and it wasn't submitted. So I at the moment remain unconvinced because I haven't seen the structure that you're talking about. I haven't seen any report which would guarantee that that's going to be effective. So
But it's
I
mitigation.
prefer to err on
yeah.
the side of caution.
So you would like to approve it before? Then we put,
Come back. We're only
Yeah.
sort of batting around potential conditions, and I will say also that the written decision won't be today. It'll be it'll be within 5 working days. I haven't got there yet. The committee have considered the fact that the abatement notice was served last September, and there have been a number of instances of noise recording by the supplementary report of Phil Childridge, and a concern that they're at the point now, as mentioned by Abby in her representation, that they do need to consider the use of a suitable noise limiting device to control all sources of amplified music. If that is the case, what we are looking at was to say that it should be installed at a level agreed within 2 months in a location to be agreed within X days. And I appreciate that there's only going to be 3. There's going to be 3 external outside music events, but that's to control all sources of amplified music. So what would you say as to the location to be agreed on that? If I can throw that open to you.
It's for inside noise, and it would be agreed.
It's for inside only, okay. So it's not all noise, all sources, so it'd be
We suggested in respect to the outdoor noise was to place it in the middle of a field as part of a middle of the grassed area as per a noise management plan discussion. Attention.
as part of the noise management plan, okay. So that can go in with that condition.
Yes.
Okay. So how would you envisage that, Abby, reading in terms of that condition? Yeah. So within the noise management plan, there will be
Okay. Yes,
provision for
yeah.
a noise limiting device.
So you'd normally probably write the noise limiter as a separate condition, and then the management of the noise limiter would be in the management plan.
Okay.
So that would be normally how I would suggest it, because you'd be talking about volume control and setting it and keeping, maintaining it and making sure everyone's routed through it, through the noise management plan, how it's operated.
Things around. It's important to remember with conditions they're fixed, and you're stuck with them. So that's absolutely right.
Kind of apply to
Well, you can, but until you do, you're in breach. And so something along those lines where there's where things can change from month to month because circumstances of the pub change, then in those circumstances, it's best to leave that out of the prescriptive condition and to apply it to the noise management plan. So certainly I would say that would be better served in there for everybody's best interest, really, so we're not constantly coming back and forth.
I just steer, if you're looking at the word of noise management plan, you might want to include the dispersal policy as part of that policy, noise management plan. That's often where they sit.
Now, obviously I'm writing down, there might be the odd, change in orders to work, just to read that in the written decision, but the substance of the issue will be essentially what we've heard this afternoon.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it might be on side.
There's nothing impermissible, by the way, with you sharing what your thoughts are on the conditions after this in writing with all the parties. We can give you feedback. It's still ultimately down to you. And certainly I've done that in the past with. Yeah. No.
About the garden areas, in the conditions. There's something there. The areas marked A and C shall be an area beach lake used car park. I'll know that area is
Yep.
The patrons to be cleared from the wooden structure within area B by 22:30 hours.
Fine.
And the grass areas to be A and B, but I think there's any grass area in B.
No, I don't think there is.
I think some of the confusion is that between all the plans we've got, there is some inaccuracies. So I've already had a conversation with Carol in relating to our license plan in general. I think we're going to resubmit a license plan that clarifies all of these areas, and I'll make sure that conversations happen with both Abby and Carol to make sure there is some full clarity and accuracy in what that looks like. But if my understanding is right, what you're asking for is the area as you immediately come into the kind of pub from the car park on the right will be closed off, but the car park obviously is car park. We wouldn't ever have patrons in the car park in best practice. So
Would it be better just to have other than for the car park and for patrons egressing the premises, all patrons will be cleared from external areas from 22:30?
but it's not all external areas. We'll need the front part of the pub for smokers, won't we?
Very well, yes, good point.
So in theory, we've got what I described in my previous correspondence as the main garden. So I'm classifying that as the grassed area and the pergola, whatever we want to class it as. There's also a wraparound bit that comes around the front, which obviously is a separate area to the garden. And then we've got the car park. Obviously, the car park shouldn't ever have patrons in it drinking. It's a car park. It's dangerous. The front area will be an area which no one will be allowed alcohol in after 10:30, but we'll still be allowed to go outside to obviously have cigarette breaks, or if they need some air, because if we've got live music on and the windows and doors aren't open, it could be quite hot inside. But obviously no alcohol to obviously help them not dwell too long. But then the main garden area, which includes the pergola and the grass, will be closed to all patrons after 10:30. Is that fair?
Can everyone help me with some wording on that? So all patrons will be cleared by 10:30 from the from the area marked A.
If I can add, the plan that shows A, B and C, I think the difficulty is that B also includes
Yeah.
the area that is covered by the structure,
But
it's being called the car park, and that's, so if you adjust the plan so that it is just the car park,
yeah,
The car park needs to be the
so
reference.
it is the car park, so that B doesn't also include the area of the structure and the side corner bit where you go around to see at the front of the premises, so you can move that line, move the red line over.
If you look at appendix, if you look at appendix G,
Yeah,
there is a faint grey line that runs. That is the tarmacked area that has got the structure on it and tables and chairs. It's never been the car park. That is the definitive fence. So as you go back towards kind of, wait, it's not even marked as Spring Lane here. That's the Spring Lane is the road that runs kind of across the front of the pub. That fence line is still the current fence line. So that's the easy line to kind of draw off, is bring the red line back to that grey line rather than it being kind of across here where it is.
I see.
Does that make sense? The car park is then that grey line across the current red line, and then the bit that's kind of got James Cottage written over the top is actually our grassed beer garden. James Cottage is actually the little property there. I don't know why that's written on our beer garden.
So if we say, okay, all patrons will be cleared by
Yes.
10:30 from the area marked A, and
Sorry,
Abby's just mentioned, if you flip it the other way and say that patrons are only permitted in area marked C.
Perfect. Just obviously making sure there's no condition that
You beat me to it.
that's, yeah.
You beat me to it.
Okay, patrons are only permitted to use the area marked C. I'm just going to put on page 47 for the time being. After 10:30 hours, isn't it? 22 to 30. Yep,
It's basically people that. Yeah, that's cool.
that works. Okay, we're getting there. I think that's it. I think I've covered that now, just subject to the wording of that noise management plan. Just want something a bit, which I might, thank you for mentioning, I might just ask the parties to clarify. And yeah, all the existing nuisance conditions are removed, and the provisions of the exempt provisions of the live recorded music under the Live Music Act are no longer apply. So any performance is subject to the conditions and shall not take place unless specifically authorised by this licence, and that's permanent once that's been removed. So it's always got to be by condition, by application for any further applications for regulated entertainment other than obviously what's granted by the licence. Does that sound like everything to?
Can I ask some questions? There's also conditions offered about no alcohol outside after 2030.
Yeah, we've got that one.
The area at the front.
Yeah, we covered that. Yeah.
The patrols.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking from an enforcement perspective and also from without creating too much paperwork, but I wonder whether that's something that you would expect to be recorded.
Actually, I did actually say that.
And I know that's an extra thing for you,
Yeah,
but also
patrol
it covers you in terms of evidence that you can show that you've done the patrols, or that night you have a designated, just some sort of record. I don't know whether then that's for the committee, I guess, to decide whether you want every entry or whether it's a case of tonight the designated officer to patrol the area every 30 minutes was X, and then you can show this is what we had in place.
I think there has to be some operational flexibility there for the licence holder, rather than something that's really prescriptive. But for it to be recorded as a principle, you're right, that protects everybody.
I think what I would offer, if it can be worded correctly, is that there is a designated patrol person for that shift. they're the one that carries out all the patrols, and then they write a report of any issues that they noticed,
Yes.
rather than, right, they've done the patrol, similar to an instant book, similar to a refusal policy that we would operate. If they come across a table they've had to ask to be quiet, they write down at 10:16, I asked this table to be quiet, and then it's recorded if there is any further issues, something along those lines, rather than every 30 minutes having to write a report with there was nothing to report.
No, that's fine.
Because on a Wednesday at 10:30, there probably isn't anything to write down. Everyone's gone home.
That's, I think, yeah, I can work something around that. And yeah, members were reminded of the provisions of the, obviously the section 182 guidance and the, initially the, obviously, statement of licensing policy, which has a specific, which the licensing officer reminded me of. I'm not sure whether the premises are within the South Downs National Park. That was a moot point. We don't think they are. Is it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
I'd make one point while I think on, just my client's made a perfectly valid point,
Mhm.
which is on this map.
Yeah.
The exit there, which is the sort of, you've got an alcove there, which is green. You can see it inside the premises. That's the lobby.
Yeah.
But patrons will need to go through that lobby and turn right in order to access the smoking area. So that should be excluded from an area that they're prohibited to be in after 10:30. Does that make sense?
C just needs to extend, please.
Oh, I
So
see.
yeah, it just needs to extend, otherwise, because they'll need to cross across that to get to C. Does that make sense?
Not quite sure, but if you come up with
Just a
some-
suggestion, we were looking at the plan anyway, and I think that's something to discuss with VI Group, that if you're, I mean, without putting people on the spot about how soon we can get an amended plan, that if we're able to get an amended plan forwarded anyway, include that extra area on C, and then for members to then consider that,
Yeah,
so
cool.
that it's then
It would have to
completely
be,
fairly quick.
Do you want to put a timescale on what that looks like? I can probably get that turned around pretty quickly in my interpretation and sent back of what my interpretation from the conversation's been.
you'd be able to do that within 5 working days.
24 hours.
Right, well, look, you've got 5 working days to actually make the decision
Yeah,
under the hearing regulations.
yeah,
The client says he said 24 hours. Let's just say by the end of this week, you can get an amended plan over to the licensing authority, and that I think will assist all of this actually.
that would help because we can mark the areas and.
Can I just ask a really quick question on that? Because you've got a planning permission for an extension at the front of the premises as well, so it ought to take account of that, I imagine, as well. So you'll know.
Can't do that till it's built. You can't.
No.
You can't.
No, but you won't, that condition, if not worded well, might end up being not able to be complied with because you've got an extension that you've built.
When the extension is built, I suspect you'll have to do a full variation to increase its licensable area.
Yeah.
Because it'll have to be.
Yeah.
It'll.
And is it worth talking about ingress and egress as part of the dispersal and, overall management plan?
Well, of course, ingress and egress is part of the dispersal policy and the noise management plan, so it will be inherently included. Yes.
I was going to suggest,
I'm just concerned about conditions getting too wordy and too overbearing and too prescriptive, I suppose. Sorry,
I did talk over you. Apologies. I was just going to suggest a possible solution to make it easier in terms of the area C, the smoking area, let's call it after 10:30. We just have a condition that says, except for egress and ingress, only this area shall be used. That will cover any usages to get there. So you don't need to worry about how they route through to there, because you'll be covered by egress and ingress. So I think if we just say this area is the only area should be used except for egress, ingress, that will allow access to that area, access to the car parks, and similar nice simple condition.
I think on that, the best place for people to actually go outside late at night, if they're having a cigarette break or getting some fresh air, is probably that exact area, because it's the furthest away from any residential property. If they go all the way around the building, that's going to be closer to the residents on Spring Lane. That exact location that's currently in no man's land is where we've got 3 or 4 benches currently. That's probably the best place for them to actually be. I don't know if you can reference, Abby, from where I'm talking about, coming from the car park turn left. That bit there currently is where I was suggesting would be kind of the wraparound of the pub, but that would be the best place. So I think just moving that line of C across slightly, which I can get in this updated plan, would solve that.
Chair, can I also make a reference to the noise management plan condition, whether just thinking in terms of practicalities and the longer term for all parties, is whether there's consideration of a condition in relation to the noise management plan not being amended unless agreed with environmental protection. Because what that actually might mean is in 2 years' time, environmental protection are much happier with how things are being managed. The licence holder might want to tweak their noise management plan, and you don't have to then go through a committee to do that. So to allow a bit of flexibility for both parties, if the noise management plan, Abby will obviously want it quite strict now and will be agreed. But if in the future you say, look, we're doing this, can we have a bit of flexibility on this? That can be agreed without having to go through a committee. I don't know how you.
The condition reads, the premises shall operate in accordance with a noise management plan to be agreed and approved in writing with the licensing authority and environmental health within 2 months. Well, that doesn't bind them to this. They can subsequently go, can we change it? And if you say yes, then it can be changed. So as it stands, it's fine.
No,
It's
that's
fine.
it. That seems sensible.
That's good. So that's, I think that's basically that's everything covered by the conditions. And I think I'd started to say that there are actually particular provisions within the licensing policy that say that stricter conditions will be necessary or expected in some circumstances. And it does talk about compliance history, so the committee has been mindful of that, just to put everything in perspective. And the location of premises and the proximity to residential and other noise sensitive premises, and I'll stop there. The helicopter. So, and then in relation to that, it says that the applicant will be expected to demonstrate measures that are taken to mitigate public nuisance, and it talks about the kind of matters that we've been discussing and subject to conditions, so doors and windows closed, so and noise management plans. So I think there's quite a long list there of matters that really have been considered, set out in the statement of licensing policy. And as I said, we have had regard to have referred members in several instances to the statutory guidance, and obviously other legislation, Human Rights Act, obviously interests of fairness, and this is a balance, and this is what the committee tried to strike. And by posing conditions, they've tried to strike at the cause of the matters which have come before them today. I think that's a fair assessment of how they've approached this. Is look to listen to the problems, given weight, obviously particular weight to professional opinion, and I know that there were concessions on the part of the licence holder, which have been acknowledged, but the aim is to strike a balance which with conditions that will be appropriate and work in terms of they are clear and enforceable. And that's why obviously we've tried to get the parties today to agree as much as possible. But yeah, striking at the cause, and obviously seeing if that will address and satisfy all parties, and they can continue to the business can continue to operate within its the parameters of the area in question. So I think that's all, Chair, that I was going to add. I think that's probably covers the advice I gave. I think we spent most of the time trying to draft commit to consider the conditions that would work. Anyone, are you happy with that, members?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. As I said, the decision will be in writing in the next 5 days, and obviously we're going to get the plan. I'm sorry?
Are you going to send an email on the conditions?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And well, the written decision will be
finalised within the 5 days when we've got the new plan as well. And I might just get in touch if we need to just make sure we've got the wording. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes the meeting.